Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Today we continue with our journey of repaying our loans. First on the western side, which is almost done. 250k left. And then we move all efforts towards the eastern side and also shift our clothing exports to the east. I think I'll start a little bit of a electricity export again, because I think the pollution last time was all green, so we can export a little bit. Have to be careful though, I don't want to run too much pollution in this area until I manage to relocate our heating plant and power plant away from here, and for that we need a lot of money. I have to take out another loan because our money is almost out. Let's do that as well. As soon as we have paid back all US currency loan, our money making capabilities on the eastern side should go up tremendously because of the extra clothing factory that can export. We're also building another residential building here, increasing the amount of workers in said clothing factory because we could have more, so we shall do that. So basically need to repay the loan 5 times at 50,000 each, and then we're done. Which shouldn't take too long, hopefully. On our eastern side, we did set up a bauxite mine. And it felt like it was a very profitable endeavor, giving us 5.5k rubles per truckload. But ideally we would probably want this to be hooked up to a transportation that is more efficient. So either we need to make our trucks better, getting the longer trucks that have more carrying capacity. Alternatively, the idea was to cut down the raw bauxite inside the bauxite processing to regular bauxite, which would almost cut it in half. 5 pieces of bauxite, raw bauxite, into 3 pieces of normal bauxite. And then we could go further and turn bauxite into aluminium oxide and aluminium oxide into aluminum, which is a very profitable resource, but also very polluting steps. We aren't really set up to make any of this advanced stuff, but the bauxite processing is one research that we might get, and then we could set a bunch of dump trucks onto the task. Bauxite purification. We would need a settlement up here. That one is already probably very likely going to happen. We need a maintenance construction office. We need the fire station to be always supplied with workers. We need waste handling. We need everything up here. I guess the other option could be running bauxite exports via ship. So we only have a transportation route from here down to this area. Now that's an idea. I haven't really thought about doing a ship export until just now. But that's a very good idea, actually. We would then need to improve the throughput of the bauxite mine, which we could do by just either hooking it up to a truck loading station or going conveyor belts all the way down here. Conveyor belts would be really expensive and less flexible, so probably not. But yeah, raw bauxite and bauxite could be put onto a harbor, which costs 122 tons of steel and would handle all of the aggregates in here. We would need to bring fuel for loading. We would need another dock to buy a ship. But that would be quite nice, actually. I thought this river was much larger. But right now it feels like it has the same width as the standard rivers. Anyway, this fire station will be removed at some point. And I guess we are going to go for an aggregate ship, if we can. Can't really check it here. So basically a large loading station. We could load that with trucks, but I think it would have a storage, so we could continuously transport resources here even if there's no ship there. The downside, of course, that a ship probably has way more storage capacity than any aggregate storage. But we could select one of the largest aggregate storages we can build, and then we should still be fine. And the resources into that storage could just be dropped off by truck directly. I think that's a plan. Once we recovered our money, of course. We'll set up a settlement here, set up a maintenance office, technical service, everything. Get the settlement started, turn everything into regular bauxite, I think, first, and then I guess we could have the regular bauxite processing facility here too, but then again it would not be in walking distance, which could be a problem. But a cableway station could be made to carry them down here from the mountaintop. And we could also use a cableway station to carry the resources down, but I don't know how fast production would be. 75 tons per workday maximum. Well, the carrying capacity of a large cableway station is to be determined. I think it was about 3 tons. Cargo cabins. Cargo cars. Oh, we have one with 4.7. So yeah, we could try it. We don't really need the population up here except for making sure that nothing burns down. And I guess the space up here would be nice. And then have the processing facility next to it as well. Probably need the heating plant too. We'll see. Not sure why we're losing money right now. Let me check the pollution just to make sure nothing bad happens over here. I guess we're building a residential structure. Pollution is creeping back in. That could be a problem during winter. We'll have to see. But I would like to export it a little bit more to make the repayment happen earlier. I probably also need a warehouse here. Either that, yeah, I think a warehouse here is okay. I was gonna say either that or transport it from here into a warehouse, but I think they should have a general warehouse for themselves. But then again, I can't hook this up to a warehouse because there's a factory connection in the way. So I guess this will not get a warehouse. At least not here. Did you just export clothing and it barely gave us anything? Maybe it did give us a lot, but we were still importing steel. Definitely need more workers here. And once that one kicks up production, we probably need to reduce the pollution again. Yeah, I don't think electricity is for us right now. Electricity exports. We'll just keep the pollution as low as possible and run the clothing factory instead. 5 workers maximum to keep a steady supply of electricity. We will need a maintenance construction office here if we ever build a new power station. But that's not a problem, that's just another small building that we can plop down at the end of this village. Well, it will turn into a town, most likely. Okay, please finish the construction so that we may increase our worker count. We'll get a bunch of migrants from the Eastern Bloc that will be immediately productive. And I think then we'll reduce the loan really quickly. Quick check on our incinerator. Waste has all been, well, incinerated. Unloading is quite slow. Maybe that was just a huge amount of vehicles at the same time. Also, we could be getting more hazardous waste, it looks like. At 16,000 rubles per truckload, that seems like something we should chase. Currently selling a few extra vehicles. So our distribution office bringing in the hazardous waste could get a few more trucks. But no, let's leave it at that. I don't want to put more trucks unloading here right now. They are doing a good job. I could make this more efficient by having a dedicated incinerator next to the border and then just quickly importing as much hazardous waste as possible into said incinerator by one truck. That would actually be a really good idea. That could be something for the power plant area, using some of the workers going here by cableway. But having it somewhere in this area closer to town, if it is in walking distance, it would create a lot of pollution though. So it has to be either prisoner buses or on one of the cableway stations we have made. Anyway. Incinerator is working fine and incinerating everything we throw at it. Throwing out huge amounts of pollution in the process. At some point we will have to clean up this whole mess. Build a recycling station. But that's a long time away. I could set up a few more trucks for bauxite export. They give me about a little bit less than half the amount of hazardous waste imports, but they're consistent, don't create as much pollution. I guess their downside is that the transportation route is even further. And if you want to make them really effective at a loading station and cargo ship, exporting raw bauxite seems like a really profitable endeavor. Unless it drives down the price very quickly, then I don't know. I have to take out another loan soon. Interest rate is still 5.1. Well, I will have to take out a loan because I want more workers once the building is constructed. Let's check the education over here. be a few more workers. Alright, let's take out the next loan in preparation for getting a fresh set of migrants. We imported a lot of fabric. I mean, fabric is still profitable for clothing. 26,000. Fabric should cost at most 13,000. And it costs 7,000, 8,000. So, very high profit margin still. Where is the last truck? Heading out now. Give me a moment. So, one more resource delivery and then it'll be done. Resource delivery should not take very long. Going to the customs house and back. Just waiting for that to finish. And then we'll increase the throughput here a lot. And then switch over to the eastern side. Once I have the power plant and heating plant relocated, and I can run the electricity export again, I might be able to make the electricity exports pay for the fabric imports until I get the fabric factory set up. I also need to think about setting up the fabric factory connection to a footpath. That building can reach the fabric factory then, and that one can do. Okay, then I guess it doesn't matter. We'll set up a fabric factory and run it with our crops. With only chemical imports. That'll be the next building. We'll limit the amount of workers here a little bit to not overproduce fabric. Okay. We'll get another 190 workers, and that will throw out a lot more resources outside of the clothing factory. Basically need to start this making us a lot of money. Clothing exports to the west are not as profitable because of the lack of inflation. I mean, they're the same amount of profitability, but I guess the west does not like eastern clothing that much. They are making their own things. It's a 5-to-1 ratio, so much better to export that into rubles. But I do want to get that loan removed first, so we are going to use what we have and then switch that over into rubles later. The rubles that we do have taken out as a loan, as I said, will be put into migrants. And then we might be able to run this at 50% plus capacity. Clothing factory in Zhezhov is on fire. That's not great. We do have waste storages connected. We have water, heating, sewage and electricity. So let's take a bunch of money and fill this building up. At the start, all of them will try and go out and do work and go shopping, but they will settle into a rhythm that will be sustainable. We will not force them to go into the clothing factory. But we might decide to build another residential building. We'll see. So, we'll start on the journey on repaying 50k each. Now we have to repay that 4 more times. And hopefully with sufficient clothing exports we can... Are you kidding me? Why me? I didn't look if a vehicle died. I guess we are going to build a fire station in Zhezhov. Maybe they got held up by a traffic jam. God damn it. Lessons were learned. Our moneymaker in Zhezhov has burned down. To prevent that from happening in the future, we will set up a fire station. An easy to build, cheap building that makes it so you don't lose a lot of resources. Very useful building. Anyway, should not be too difficult to reconstruct that, I don't think. We might have lost a fire truck. I did not read the message, and then I also don't know where the fire truck would have come from. I assumed we had... Okay, these fire trucks are all still here. Let me check the overlay for fire stations. So we have one placed right here. I guess it's a good idea to have one here, because it might have been our heating plant that could have caught fire. So thank you, game, for telling me to put some fire safety in this area. Looks like these fire trucks might have burned down and we didn't have enough workers for this. And the game just crashed. God damn it. There's a lot of crashes happening recently. And I don't think anything changed. I guess we do have a lot of personal vehicles. I wonder if that has an impact. Last autosave 2 minutes ago. Maybe right before the collapse of the building. We'll see. I could try and recover that. If that's... Oh god, it is right before the collapse. Okay, let's take a look. It's probably the fire trucks from... that fire station without any workers. It's one fire truck with 3 workers. From... Where are you coming from? I don't know. Yes, that is you. Clothing factory. So that's the fire truck we lost. Well, I don't really want to alter that mistake. Apparently this time it's being extinguished? Oh no, it's collapsed because of wear and tear. And the other fire truck, I don't know. So we had 2 fire trucks here, but it didn't extinguish it fast enough apparently. Because of the wear and tear, and then it collapsed. Why did it have that much wear and tear? What the hell? So I guess we did have enough firefighting vehicles. It's just maybe there was maintenance happening right there, and it caught fire during maintenance and burned down completely. Regardless, we need to restock our fire trucks. And then there's one more from somewhere that we need to find. Probably you. Yes, you. Okay. Okay, we'll rebuild this. It'll be quick. We have our demolition office right here. We'll need to set up resource deliveries, maybe? Probably, no, we don't have to, because we're delivering fabric and picking up clothing from the warehouse, so we should be fine. Just have to start the construction as soon as demolition is done. That's a shame. That cuts away one of our money makers for a bit and costs us a little bit of extra cash for rebuilding. But hopefully we'll still be fine. Another 50k to repay. I guess we didn't repay it yet in this one. So now 4 more repayments. And now we're at 50% occupancy, going close towards 50% productivity, but not quite. And that shows us that we can definitely have more buildings. More residential structures, sending in more workers here. $26,000, so 2 trucks per repayment, so 8 truck deliveries. And we are making trucks of 5.5 tons. At 1.2 tons would be about 5 days at full productivity. We're producing at half productivity, so 10 days. So 3 months to repay that loan, excluding any expenses. If I did my math right, which is a big if. I'm really wondering if I should start the construction over here yet. I don't think so, like from the harbor side of things. I think I can build a ship dock to get a good feel on the price that I will need. But we only need a ship dock and this harbor and a storage. And that should be it, and a conveyor between the storage and the harbor. Fuel will be brought to the harbor directly via road. The resources will be dropped off into the storage by trucks. And we probably need to make the loading happen way faster. But that is to be determined. That we can do with the next bauxite mining facility. I don't think the fire station... Well, it might cover... Let's see, it might cover the harbor from up there. If it does, that would be nice. I'll just put a test road here. Make sure to pause construction. Yes, it would cover. So settlement up there would also cover everything down here. I might need a road depot again. For flattening out the area for the storage, but that's for later. Right now, loan repayments. Spending money to make money is all well and good, but we don't need to spend any extra money on the western border, and those loan repayments are the priority now. We are going to build that fire station up to hopefully speed up the firefighting process a little bit, and also give us some coverage on the heating plant. Some faster coverage. It's really a shame that it burned down, but I'm repeating myself. We're out of money, which is fine. Could run a little bit of export, I guess, but right now we're waiting on clothing or oil exports. Let's run 10%, 1.8 megawatts. Give the power plant something to do with its 5 workers. Shouldn't be that much pollution. Okay, the clothing factory is already creeping in. Maybe it is that much pollution. Turn off the export. We really need to relocate the heating plant. I'm losing population in this area now. I only have 1 fire truck here. I'm wondering if 2 fire trucks would be better, in case there's 2 fires happening, but 1 fire truck with 23 people is probably able to extinguish a fire really quickly and then drive to the second fire just fast enough. 100% wear, 9.7 years. Lots of vehicles here. I'm going to go ahead and unassign a bunch of them stuck at 0%. And hope that they reassign themselves and do repairs correctly. I was also pondering another residential building over here. I'm also wondering if I should make sure this is covered by a fire station. We'll build a road here. I think a fire truck could still drive here, but I'm not sure. I think for an industry it has to probably enter from the front. So we'll make that connection. $100 tons left on the waste removal. Okay, since that building burned down due to wear and tear, apparently, let me just take a quick look and see if we have a lot of maintenance sitting around waiting for completion. It looks like that is not the case. So I guess I was just unlucky that it was already really low and then it caught fire during that time. Yeah, maintenance seems to be happening reliably. What's with the fabric factory? Cannot store or export hazardous waste. Okay, we do not have a sufficient number of waste removal in this area. We cannot remove biological waste. I need a technical service up here, clearing the waste from the fabric factory because we're losing money because it's not running. I do not have excavators up here? Really? I do have an excavator somewhere, I think. All map excavator. Nope. None in a road depot. New excavator it is. Well, first alone. So So we're also losing money due to what we are doing with the fabric factory not operating. We will increase the search radius for these technical services, but probably build one up there. I've started using the show overlay more to find those missing things like that. Hello Toasted Corn, yeah. The overlay is really useful. Okay, so some trucks should be going up here, now that this is the building that is the most full, I guess you could say. Biological waste cannot be stored. So our farm is not running through the biological waste fast enough. We have to pretty much remove it. Biological waste. I hate doing that. Let me put up a free distribution office. We'll get some waste trucks. We'll set them here to load if it has more than 80% and unload at the customs house. Any resource. This should not overfill. And that's the goal of this distribution office right now. And that should allow the waste trucks to operate more. It looks like we were running full on waste storage, on biological waste. Hopefully it is not affecting our cities yet, because these ones also require the large trucks. Well, we'll see. A composting plant would fix that, I guess. We will have to set something up here where the biological waste does not get dropped off in this area anymore, I guess. But for now, we need to keep it empty. I hope the trucks arrive here soon. I don't know if I can load it correctly. We'll see and find out. Here's our first one. Need to refuel. Yeah, a lot of trucks not doing anything right now. All of them stuck on biological waste, so if we can empty this one out, even if it takes a really long time, it would be so much better. Oh god, this is horrible. This is way too slow. Tons of pollution is too much. No, this doesn't work. No. We'll make a dump with a claw machine, which will store all waste, and then we can load from here and transport the fertilizer away. Or export it. Yep, this is no, this is not going to work. Traffic issues galore. We will cease those operations right now. Okay, go back home. I think I will set the waste to go to the customs house, the biological waste. Can't be helped right now. We have to make that change. At least for everything in this area. And the ones covering the food factory. Okay, so that should cause those trucks to be able to unload at a more reasonable place. You will change your workplace over here. We'll probably set up a road so we can transport from here into the fertilizer storage. Alternatively, before I build this, what if I set this one up as a replacement here? That would be the other option. So we would have to let this one run empty. I guess my other option is to just turn off the biological waste garbage stands, but that doesn't seem very good. We'll try and empty out this waste storage. Tear it down. And replace it with one with... No, this one should remain. This one is the fertilizer storage. We will set up what I showed. The extra transportation will make sense. So the waste will come in here, get dropped off, they will leave. And then this will handle the distribution of converted fertilizer into this storage. And maybe we'll have a composting plant over here at some point. Or somewhere else, in walking distance of a settlement. I just need to make sure that I can load waste really quickly onto trucks. Almost ready to repay 100k on this loan. We'll have to take another loan here soon. One more waste pickup from the clothing factory. Okay, here's all the dump trucks trying to unload their biological waste. This time successfully, which should increase throughput on the coal mine, which should finally get the fabric factory back up and running, as our trucks become once again operational. They were stuck full on biological waste, not doing much, so I probably have a lot more technical services than I actually do need. But that's fine. Coal price going down even more. Let's take out a loan to avoid the penalty rate. If I set up the heating plant and power plant over there, we'll definitely have another fire truck. Just because. Yeah, the amount of population here is going down because of the pollution being quite high between the heating plant and the clothing factory. Starting to build it quite close. We can't get more population here until we relocate at least the heating plant. But to relocate the heating plant we have to relocate everything, I believe. This will be so expensive. At least we have to plan relocating everything. The power plant could wait a while. This power plant is not urgent. We only need to relocate it if we want to run export with it. Low production percentage it runs at right now is fine. I might need another truck for exporting. You just refueled and I don't know, you went here I guess? Yeah. Bus platform in Stock is on fire. It's a settlement with one building. Well, two buildings. Fire truck is heading here. Why is this thing burning down so quickly? Okay. Definitely need maintenance. And maintenance is happening. They removed all waste from the clothing factory, so let's start the construction of that. It will cost us 250,000, I would guess. Yeah, maybe a bit more. But definitely worth it. We imported a lot of vehicles last month and more resources. Chemicals and fabric. Yeah, hopefully with the fabric production running again we can cut that down somewhat. Not sure what the pollution situation up here is. And I'm not sure I want to know. Fabric factory into heating plant. 70 years of life expectancy over here. Lots of workers. And we're transporting fabric to Carsachstan, to that clothing factory. Another loan repayment. 2 more, and the loan is gone. First loan repayment of that is already very close, and then the second one, and yeah, we'll switch over to rubles on that Western clothing factory as well. And I do wonder if we're even importing fabric here. I believe we're probably running this with all of our own. Well, we had a few imports recently, but not too much. Should be okay. Let's check the fire station in Zhezhov, and then let's check the waste dump. The waste dump probably takes a while, but the fire station was already pretty close. You just go to the scrapyard. I don't know what's wrong with you. Fire station. Definitely a combo of both firefighting vehicles to make sure the heating plant stays safe. And then the waste storage. The road is constructed. Now we're just waiting on the dump with the claw machine to finish up. Had a great day off yesterday. 1,000 people, general separation center filled with construction waste, garbage everywhere, overflowing, pollution huge everywhere, everyone sick, overwhelming hospital. Yep. I hope they add some warning messages to waste running full. At least the ability to set up checkboxes that warn you if if either an overflow happens, or if it's completely full. Ideally, this one should look like the situation for, let's say, the prison, where it says 1 prisoner escaped last year. It had 1 overflow last year and 2 overflows this year or something. That would be nice. And then just a general warning message in the top right for when a waste storage runs completely full. Which doesn't work for the residential storages because they don't run full, they just fill up, fill up, fill up, and then they overflow and generate pollution. But yeah. I do have to lay down the whole foundation again. That's fine. Okay. 1 more repayment, and the loan is gone. So 2 more truckloads of clothing, and we're finished. What's stuck over here? Meat truck. 76%. 36 years old, will need a replacement. I would like customizable warnings where you could define a priority of the warning. So per default you get everything as per normal, but then you could set a warning as critical. So if you get that as a warning, it would be a different type of message that you can't simply click away. You have to open it and then click the delete button instead of accidentally right-clicking it. But maybe for release, maybe now that the game is presumably feature complete with what they have intended for release, maybe they can think about a lot of UI changes, improvements, little things that might help it. We'll see. As soon as the clothing factory went away, we're just like losing money rapidly. Paying so much money in loans. That has to change. Where is the truck? Getting fabric from the warehouse. Sure. I do wonder if I should move 1 extra truck in here. Maybe I have 1 spare. Oh god, you're like... Okay, you look worse than you actually are. 65% is not too bad. Well, one of the reason, or soon to be have money gains will probably be put into another truck. More fabric. We do have to make a clothing export soon. And then we should have the money to repay the loan. And then probably switch you over to the eastern border. So we shouldn't be transporting clothing here anymore, right? Most trucks that come here transport fabric. And the clothing production is sufficient to sustain our demand on this side. So we basically reduced, well no, we increased the amount of resources traveling here because we need 2 times the amount of fabric compared to clothing. But it does help us set things up correctly. Well, we can load a little bit of extra fabric in the trucks. Here we go. Our last loan repayment. And we have no more loan on the western border. And that's why I would say we start importing and exporting to this customs house instead. If we need fabric, we'll pull it from the customs house, but we're producing it and transporting it here anyway. In the future, we'll make our own fabric. Speaking of making your own fabric, our repair station also receives fabric from this distribution office. And you don't have to load fabric from the customs house anymore, you can load fabric from here. Carsachstan warehouse. You can load fabric from here now. No more fabric import needed. Alright. Help us repay our Eastern loans now. We'll still have to save up US currency because we need to buy replacement vehicles every now and then. But for now we have to work on our large Eastern loans. Still have to spend a lot of money on getting the clothing factory set back up. But I think we can do that. The amount of money we can borrow is steadily going up. It should be okay. We're already sending 2 buildings explicitly to this clothing factory. I guess we could get more migrants in here. I think we'll do that. Fill these buildings back up. It might look expensive, but this will drive our production up again. And we'll pay dividends soon. Let's check our coal production town. Also not looking too great. Still producing enough coal. As long as the mine has like close to 80 workers, we're okay. At some point we'll have to send more workers here, but right now the clothing factories have priority. In an emergency I could do a large dump of exporting a bunch of clothing at once. But then it takes a long time to get everything back set up again. Looks like we're consistently exporting vehicles now, every month, maybe? So does that mean that our car dealers have run full? Well, there's only 1 truck here. That means any produced vehicle is split between the 2 trucks, and most of it is going to the export, which is good. That means our vehicle factory actually starts making us a profit now. We'll assign the construction officers from Slopolatsk as well, because they have way more vehicles and we'll finish this building much faster. I might have to shorten the one-way road a little bit, because they are merging into the same lane and causing ridiculous amounts of traffic issues. Create and form an orderly line before you get to the intersection. And when it turns green, every vehicle from here to here can just instantly get onto the intersection without trouble. Okay, how's our waste storage looking? The waste storage for biological waste has been created. You will load fertilizer and drop it in here. That doesn't really work. I need 2 distribution offices to do what I want to do. So you do the fertilizer and you load any waste if it's more than 80% and bring it to the customs house. And now the technical services have to be put back. To export the biological waste to the new storage. University on fire? Sure. I believe in the fire trucks. They have only disappointed me once, but it wasn't really the fault of the fire trucks. I guess it was the issue with maintenance. I believe that should put everything back up. Delivering biological waste to the claw machine. And then from there we can do the waste handling. Oh, that's an interesting setup. Right hand turn into... Wait, where are you going? Secret police. Okay. Understood. The maintenance is stuck. Okay, so having a dedicated unloading station would still be better because of the because of eventual maintenance. But that's just a random occurrence that you can just manage based on the warning message, so I don't see a reason to make a change here. No. We need our other clothing factory back and make 1,000,000 rubles per month to work on our loans. And once we're getting to the halfway point of repaying our loans, we're going to set up ships. Because ships are going to be much faster than trucks from the middle of the map. This one's relatively cheap, but still 74 tons of steel. So we'll also hold off on that. The ship itself we will have to save money for, or take out a quite high loan. We'll see. Let's make sure the claw machine is working fine, otherwise our waste is going to start running full again. So this slowly turns into fertilizer. At some point we could have a composting plant attached to it, and that composting plant could just have a parking lot with, well, a parking lot attached to it, so workers could drive here to work in it. It needs 25 workers, but it turns like 30 tons of biological waste per day into fertilizer, so if we do like 1/10 of that with 2 workers a day, we'd be fine. And we'll remove excess waste from here if it starts piling up. Clothing factory has received all the steel it needs. Now we just wait for a bunch of concrete deliveries. And then it will start operating again. And yeah, I guess the biological waste slowly ground our technical services to a halt. Because now we have trucks standing around here not doing anything. So... okay, maybe opening up the biological waste made it that the incinerator is too full? No, also nothing. Then I guess there were already trucks heading to that waste storage to pick things up. I was wondering why you had trucks here. And mixed waste was in here, not sending for any vehicles. They are arriving. That's fine. I guess they're sending for different vehicles, not the ones in this technical service. But yeah, that technical service can reach our clothing factory, our fabric factory. So that's fine. Lots and lots of fabric being pumped out now. Maybe I should load that into containers. I do think we should try containers at some point. It's really easy to make a container storage yard with lots and lots of resources. But it's hard to balance the containers, I guess. Transporting containers basically increases your capacity by double for each truck, but you have to use open hull trucks. Look at that nice cleared road. We demolished the bridge, well, the first of it. I have to take down the wooden bridge now, and then we can build the second section of the tunnel. Meat storage is empty. Running out of population here again. And out of money. Maybe one more residential building would be useful. Okay. Stock definitely needs a police station at some point because there's crime happening here and the criminals are piling up. I do need to build a settlement here in general. Or I just need to give them a police station, I guess. We could have a police station next to the heating plant, which would probably reach this area. I think a police station here is a good idea. There's heating, electricity, water and sewage already present. So we'll put one down. As long as it's in walking distance of the cableway cars unloading station, will be fine. Yeah, I guess it can just be across here. And hopefully it will be in range of Touralistock. For that... Actually no, let's do it easier. To measure the distance, if it will be in range, let's use a free parking lot. Less than 2 kilometers will be fine. Last delivery of concrete to finish the clothing factory again. And then hopefully our profits will rapidly start shooting up. And in regards to meat production, I guess I don't know what else to do. Definitely more workers would help. The walking distance is so long that I spend a long time on the footpath getting there. We'll see. Right now, clothing factory. Where is that last mixer? It hasn't even loaded concrete yet. It's getting there just now. Service road. Oh god, that road looks a little bit bad. Regardless. Fully loaded on concrete. Short delivery to the clothing factory. Service road. Oh, you're going onto the main road. Oh no, there's no more exit here. Right. But yes, we are going onto the main road, which is good. That's what it's there for. Oh, those are the old style of junctions. They are bad. They should be smooth and flat. I connected them to the center point, I think, instead of the right lane. But I don't think they change much. That was fast. Okay, please start making us clothing again. Vehicle repairs, no problem. And our exports will resume here now too. So I believe we should make a profit each month now. As soon as this one has like started spiraling up. It needs to fill the internal clothing storage and then start pushing clothing back into the warehouse. So some money will be lost in the first month, but after that it should work well again. We got our storage for mixed waste, meaning that if you create any sort of biological waste, we'll be able to use a technical service and dump that into the storage for the farm. We only have one technical service in this area, I think. Okay, we have a free one over here for snowplow services. That one doesn't count. Alright, just wait and see. Any profit will be a good thing now. And soon we'll be able to build some ships. But I do want to drop our loans. They have been getting quite high. Our loan capacity is almost 90 million. and 60 million of that is spent in loans. I'm happy that Beatus is very productive with its fabric factory now. We seem to have some trouble getting the fabric out of this area. I think it would be better having another distribution office here to move the fabric to where it needs to go rather than pulling it from different areas. Or just have a distribution office for fabric to push it into a more central location and then shift it around from there. For example, we could have another warehouse next to our Eastern Resources distribution office, which then relocates it either to the west or other buildings in the area. But them having to drive here and then a long way to where they need to go puts them at a little bit as a extra stress. Coal trucks. Our coal storage is not slowly emptying out, right? Seems to be okay. I wonder if we could run a river ship up here. The river's probably too narrow, and I can't make an unloading station here. We could have a settlement next to down here or on the other side, and then unload the coal here and carry it a shorter distance. But for now, it's still working fine. You're getting close to clothing running full. Seems like one truck is sufficient. 173,000 rubles. Don't mind if I do. We imported something last month. Steel for maintenance. We will have to get some source of income for the western border that is a little bit higher. The oil and lumber exports are quite nice, but I'm not sure if they would run into issues in regards to buying replacement vehicles, buying resources for maintenance. We'll just have to wait and see. It is quite a good amount of income just from exporting lumber and boards. But still, I mean, as soon as we have paid a reasonable amount of our eastern loan again, we can switch that single fabric factory back to exporting to the west, and that would be a source of income, which we would need to build up the heating plant and the power plant across the bridge. Let's fill up the workers again, make sure this area runs well. Lots of workers for the clothing factory if possible. This will make a little bit of pollution, I think, from turning biological waste into fertilizer. But I don't think I've ever seen it being noticeable. Yeah, meat production is slow. Not enough workers here at all. I'll drop a residential building here to help with that. I could also upgrade the footpath to like having lamps to make them walk faster, but I don't think that's a concern. Yes, more construction projects, please. I need to take out another loan. And just wait for the profit to come back in. At some point these will start vanishing or being combined again and driving down the monthly rate, but right now I feel like being lazy and not doing that. Because I basically want to pay back more loans. I guess I could just do that. Getting a few loans repaid. Probably better getting more of a handle on our monthly rates than trying to balance the repayment. Because the more loans we have waiting for repayments, the more interest we are paying for each loan, basically wasting us a little bit of extra money. So we're getting like $500,000 from each repayment right now. So if we repay 4 loans, 1 loan is gone. And that monthly rate is basically going away. It's just a somewhat tedious process going through these steps. Especially when you start having a lot of loans. Okay, we're getting to the point where this one is the last one, and then we're like 400,000, 300,000 and so on. Then the repayments get very fiddly and don't make much sense anymore. So we'll do one more set of 4, the next 4, well maybe the next 8. Let's start from here, that's easier to do. I hate missing that text box. I hope they add some buttons to repay everything without you having to enter a number. You can click multiple times with a low amount, but that's also equally as tedious. Okay, the last 2 loans. And we're done. 1.6 million. We drove down our monthly rate below $1 million. So with that change, now we just have to get some cash from clothing exports, if possible. Guess our clothing warehouse ran empty a little bit during the time of the outage of one of the clothing factories, so we'll have to wait a little bit before that one actually becomes profitable again. No, wait, what? Did I assign the wrong construction office? Carsachstan. Carsachstan is over here. I assigned the wrong construction offices. Swidava should not be doing any construction here, thank you very much. I wanted Slopolatsk, not Carsachstan, not Swidava, sorry. Way too far away to do that. Let's check waste storages. This one's not looking great. Do you not have a waste storage? You can't reach that one. Okay, I believe after we hook up this footpath, you should be able to, right? Hopefully. The rest seems okay. I'm basically looking for any value that is over 70%, like this one, but that does not have a large container icon. So these small garbage cans should not really be over 70%. The large ones also shouldn't be over 70 that much. Yeah, everything looks fine. This has a problem. Don't have a waste storage here. Let's put one in place. Oh, got it. Yep, we need an external waste storage for you. Otherwise this is just going to generate tons of pollution in the area. And the waste can't be picked up if the cars are waiting to be unloaded. %99 is also too high, so you also need a waste storage. Okay. I don't remember if I had a waste storage in the smaller settlements here. Yes, I do. I've set those ones up. Okay. Okay, that looks all good again. We need to pay back 58 to 32, so 26,000. Need to pay back 13 million. Before I would consider starting the ships, I think. Unless, of course, we're starting to lose more money. I guess I should just build the ships. Shouldn't I? 33 million. Oh, I guess it means I have to set up the settlement, and it would just be the fire station again. And the future prospect of a processing plant. And a school bus route. Or maybe a settlement with a university up here. Yeah, I guess this one would be a little bit like off the beaten path and not get a bus route. Maybe these buses could then go here instead of Slopolatsk. Let me check one more thing, but the maintenance construction office does not reach here, right? Because if it does, we could just build it. It would reach. Okay. Then we could build that without having a settlement. We'll need a settlement as soon as we try to turn it into better processed resources, but we could export some raw bauxite. We'll start the road construction. At some point I will have to set up a storage here, but not in the beginning. Or no, I have to set up a storage right in the beginning because it's just too slow to transport from trucks into a ship. Need that excavator here. I bought one. I forgot what I wanted to use it for, if it was that or something else. I think it was something much closer here, but I don't remember. And now I need that vehicle depot back. Shouldn't have closed that window. Force of habit. Okay, we'll flatten out a resource storage area. Start loading a lot of raw bauxite in here. And in the meantime also set up a container ship. Not a container ship, an aggregate ship. Oh god, this is gonna be expensive. But we have to do it. Another source of income. The raw bauxite probably makes us a good amount of money, but it could be way more. Yeah, that's not that much. And then after all of this, the issue would be the slow loading, so we would have to set up another bauxite mine. Or lower this mountain down a bit and get a conveyor set up here. A truck aggregate loading station, basically. Now that would be silly. If we have the excavator here, we might be able to flatten up there in this area. But yeah, we need that loading station to speed things up. And in the future, if money is not a concern anymore, we can probably connect everything with conveyors down here. If we have a settlement in the area that makes sure the fire station is always supplied with workers. And I don't care about the waste here, it's fine. Wait a minute. I wanted to demolish the fire station. Like I wanted this one to hook up here, I guess. Ah, that's fine. We can probably use that fire station for something. This fire station will require maintenance at some point too, which is something we will have to assign manually, I guess. And the excavator will require maintenance too in like 5 years, or 4 years now. Okay, let's flatten the area. really don't like modifying this terrain so much. Ideally, I would like this to just turn around and have the connection facing that way. But yeah, I guess for that one, I'll make an exception. Can I flatten this faster, please? Nope, it's too steep for that. I will have to lower a lot of mountain to get it to where I want it to be. I don't think that's going to be the way to go here. Maybe just building a second loading station. With everything in place the way it should be. Yeah, I don't like weird shapes in the ground. That's not how excavation works. But that's fine. Alright. Truck aggregate loading station hooked up this way. This does not have electricity. I guess, yeah, we'll have to have the settlement here before we change anything in that regard. We'll have to just rely on brute force truck loading until we get electricity in the area, which I will plan out once we have the settlement on the agenda. For now we use what we have. Get the cargo ship set up, make the truck route more efficient, maybe we can set up the other mining site, but without like the aggregate loading station for trucks. And that would then allow us to, because that would allow us to use all of our trucks, because I think with the slow loading we would have too many trucks to transport it to the aggregate storage down on the river. I hope I don't have to dredge out the river. It looks so pretty. Maybe we have to make it a little bit of room here. Ah, that should be wide enough. Like this might have to be lowered a little bit. We'll see. Okay, before I forget where I had it placed, 44 sounds good. We'll drop it down again and we will build this following the terrain. Oh, no. It is trying to flatten it, but it looks a little bit weird. It all looks good except for this part. It's too steep. I guess we'll have that bump. It's fine. No, it's not fine. I wish I brought the bulldozer here as well, but it's okay. That one is actually okay. We'll set up a side road here. And then flatten from up here. And that gives us a little bit of extra distance here to maybe flatten this one out nicely. Okay, a little bit of a weird corner, but I think it'll work. We'll need a gas station, we'll need an excavator. We already have an excavator, because we brought one here. And then we have 2 places to load. 1 place to dump. Let's flatten out the storage for here. Okay. And we do need electricity for this, so I don't know. I guess I won't get around the fact that I do need electricity. I do believe I should get rid of that fire station. I don't want to use it. So why should it be here? We'll have to go over and grab our demolition office and manually assign it because it's too far away. And then this will basically take the a switch, a high voltage switch will take that place. And we connect the high voltage line over there. Building a transformer on the mountain, closer to the fire station. And then laying down a wire here and here, which will actually give us the electricity we were looking for. Well, we'll see. I have to take out a loan. I don't want to run out of money. Why is the amount of workers so low in here? I think it might be time to remove these heating plants and get rid of the maintenance we have to do for them every now and then. I will tell you to drop the coal in here. Remove the truck loading. And tell you to load from the heating plant instead of unload. We'll empty out the heating plant and then get rid of them. All of them. Basically taking away our safety net. Which could be bad. But at some point we will have to say that we are safe. Or think we are safe. And commit. So no more emergency heating setup. Oh god, not again. Stop running this. Don't fall down. Everyone out. Evacuate the building. Repair it, please. Why is it that bad recently? If I don't touch it, it won't fall down, right? I hope we can repair it. That is part of our critical infrastructure. Steel, mechanical, gravel and asphalt. And I don't know if the repairs, when they start, if they already lower the wear and tear, or if it needs to completely finish reconstruction and then the wear and tear instantly goes away. I'm not exactly sure. I guess we're gonna find out with this one. We still need mechanical components. But yeah, I would like for this to trigger some repairs quickly. And hopefully it partially lowers the wear and tear. But it might not. We are going to cause a little bit of unemployment here. But rather that than having the mine collapse. Lots of concrete to be delivered. Lots of buses heading here right now. I will tell Slopolatsk to help with the reconstruction effort. Okay, it's only three more concrete mixer trucks. So we're gonna find out when the first bus gets here. Does the wear and tear go down or not? Okay, when the first bus gets here with a reasonable amount of workers. Like that. I assume it needs to finish and then it resets the wear and tear. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Okay, so we just need to pump a lot of workers in here, send in 3 more concrete mixers, and hope the building lasts that long. And then we open it up again to the workforce. Don't need any more accidents. Don't need a coal mine that takes ages to rebuild. That would take much longer than the clothing factory for sure. So yeah, hopefully they can deal with a little bit of unemployment. In the area. Open up the repair station. Open up the school, the cinema, pool. Basically give them any workplace right now that we can give them. And hope they stay calm. Let me know when that one is done so we can open it up again for working. The Priatin heating plant stopped working. Well, it's close to 24 degrees. That might cause it. Can't believe I'm doing bauxite mining that extensively. If we get electricity in this area anyway, then it will make sense to set up the loading stations here. We'll probably rebuild this one unless I really want to get a bunch of excavators here to flatten out this area. Maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe it just needs to be a little bit flattened to sneak in a conveyor here. Okay, we will be able to sneak a loading station here without too much effort. It will be a very steep mountain. If we do any terrain work on the mountain, it will probably collapse and bury the building. And if everything is set up and very profitable, the settlement will follow, because we do need a repair station for these vehicles. They don't have to drive to the customs house anymore. They will need regular local maintenance. Okay, that's a loading station. The mine is done. Let's open that back up. Everything is safe. No more problems. Resume operations as per usual. Thank you. I need to start clearing up the vehicle depots. That one was basically for bridge work. That one and that one can go away. We have a proper road depot here now. There's no more road depots over there. And then some on the eastern border somewhere. You finally got the repairs you were looking for. Good. And that should be all of them. All of the ones that we can do. Okay. 13 megawatt power line coming out of the high voltage switch here. Power transformer up here. And then yes, one wire will go back down. But this is closer to the fire station and much safer, I think. And I think we have to use an above ground wire here. Then one substation for everything. There might be more than one. Because there's a lot more bauxite in the area. But for the start now, we'll set up one. Can always do reconstruction. And we will use... The settlement will be here. There will be an industry here. I think I'll just use an underground wire for now. Save myself the steel. Then another substation down here. Above ground wire. I don't know how much electricity you need for the harbor. Let's take a look. .5 megawatts. That is a lot. But presumably only one ship out of the two is always going to get loaded. We are going to use the highest above ground medium voltage wire that we can. And just go down this mountain. And then over. I should follow the bridge maybe a little bit. No, that's fine. So you'll get an exclusive power line for yourself. Actually, let's move that out one more here. Square that off. It's a lot of steel for, or some steel for some power lines, but it'll be fine. I'll need to set up another loading station here. Probably a distribution office at some point. Oh god, there's a lot of fire happening. I'm busy. Stop burning things down while I'm planning things. Why is it always that when I'm scrolling around there's like 1 or 2 fires? But when I'm planning it feels like most of the fires fall in that time. Am I that slow? Maybe. I think we can probably set the personal vehicle replacement to 70% again. Hello RSK Luck. Welcome. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that message for a while. I was planning a few things. Okay. I think we do have a good amount of income. I mean, a lot of this is being spent on frivolous construction projects right now. Trying to get a bunch of ships going. But the bauxite seems so profitable that it will probably make sense to have that. And maybe we can run aluminium oxide, or whatever they're called. Like the advanced aluminium plants over here next to Karabadak. But I do think they use way too many workers. 370 and 350. That's a lot of workers. 1,000 per day per plant. A bit much. Okay. Get the truck loading station planned here as well. And the road will be constructed as soon as the other road finishes. Otherwise I'm interrupting the paving progress. Yeah, build everything here. Take out a loan. Could combine one loan out of here again by combining 4, but that's okay. It's not that urgent. We'll have to spend the money for 1 ship, at least. I'll also assign the construction officers from Slopolatsk. If they want to build that one, they may as well. Send some extra vehicles there. And some excavators. Sounds good too. Having no more loan on the western side is really good. We just need to make sure that we don't have to take out another loan for vehicle replacements that we don't save enough money for. If the bauxite mine is really profitable, we might switch the clothing exports back to the western side to save up at least like 200,000 US dollars to make sure if we have a vehicle replacement and we drop down back to 50,000, we know that we need to save money again. Let me set up the customs house for that. So we'll turn that one off for now and export back to the west. Until we have 200,000 US dollars, and then we export back to the east until this starts dropping again. Just having a little bit of spare money everywhere. Okay, biological waste is pretty full. This one has all turned to fertilizer. What if I told you to also unload here? Will you wait until everything has turned to fertilizer? No, you should load anything and transport it over. And fill this to 100%, well 90% pretty much. Okay, just fertilizer please. If we can load fertilizer quickly, that'll be nice. Speed up the process a little bit without a need for a composting plant. Oh yeah, I wanted to scrap some some heating plants. So you're on your last coal pickup. You'll go here, load any coal, wait until loaded. And then we'll scrap the Duseni heating plant as well. This one, however, can go away now. Let me cancel the demolition real quick so they focus on that road first. And the last one would be the heating plant in Karabadak, which we can also unload. Oh, you're already done with that. That's good to see. Go to the depot after. Okay. 3 heating plants removed. 1, 2, 3. And this one never had a heating plant, so no more safety. Everything going over 1 heating plant right now. If I want safety, I have to build another large heating plant somewhere and connect them redundantly via heat pumping stations. Looks like we didn't have a vehicle replacement yet, unless the price on the western border also went up. Still 1 truck waiting here, the rest going for export. Karabadak car dealer. 10 cars ready to sell, 30 cars in storage, so yeah, it basically just came back here after unloading all the vehicles it had. And the next vehicle produced, we'll send out the export truck and the rest will go back to Karabadak, I guess. So this should fill up with 2 more trucks going to export. And the rest of the 6 cars will go on this truck. And yeah, then after this one has left again, pretty much every other car is going to export. We're still continuously using up our personal vehicles, but we are producing for export now. Let's get informed as soon as our harbor is done, because I want to know how much money we have to save up to get a large barge. I am willing to take out the loans, some loans for that. Also, yeah, the police station. 4 workers, 1 police car. You cover 2 roller stock, so crime will be handled in this area. We don't have a clinic, but that's... You have cars. You're basically a village. So we'll handle the crime in that small settlement. And at some point we can set up a proper one. I wonder if I should import more hazardous waste. I mean, the price seems to be really good still. Right? Yeah, kinda. It is struggling. It would be much lower if we weren't incinerating it. Maybe more trucks would be bad. I guess we're happy with the extra income, right? Last year we got like 3 million from that, basically covering our fuel expenses. Let's not overdo it. Let's just be happy with what we have. Driving down the price will just make it more unprofitable. Will make it less profitable. I'm just clicking the fires away. There's too many. Maybe some research in fire prevention will be useful. Reducing the maintenance we have to do on buildings. We're using up a lot of steel for maintenance whenever a fire has happened, so... Could be a worthwhile investment. I don't have any other research planned other than maybe the bauxite processing facility, bauxite purification plant. Okay, the traffic over here should be much better now, that they all go in line before they all start driving out, without getting in each other's way. Of course, there might be a vehicle trying to overtake right through a traffic light. Those things happen. How is our meat production? We could get a few more migrants. Could be better. But we do have another building now, so we could pump up the numbers again. I'll wait a little bit. If we have issues with our citizens, we can increase the amount quite easily. Just let them get settled in. When I get a warning here that meat production is low again, we'll just move in some more workers. 1 workday. Right. Okay, coal production resumes. Coal is really cheap right now, last time I checked. Yeah, 170 rubles. It's comparatively very low, since the inflation has struck quite highly. It's basically on the price level of iron now. Iron being a little bit more difficult to extract, so it's still more highly priced than coal, but not as huge of a gap as when it was like 300 plus. Alright, go into storage and do your last export. We might have to unassign these vehicles from routes, otherwise they're not going to be used for replacements. And the last heating plant. Let's do the road first. Okay. 3 buildings less, fewer maintenance to be done. We almost have the money saved up in US currency. I think we can switch back our exports to rubles. 150k is enough to see if our money increases or decreases. So no more Murmansk, but back to here. And if this drops below 80,000 or whatever the vehicle cost is for, let's say, a large open hull truck, a long haul, 63,000. So if it drops below 80,000, we know we need to start making a little bit more money again. Speaking of money, 1 more loan in rubles, please. Steel imports have started. And soon we will know how much money we have to spend to get a ship. We can probably repair the ships manually every now and then until we need to automate things, like by sending them here. Or we'll build a repair station next to the dock. I assume if I have a repair station up here, they would also drive down to the dock once they're docked and loading. While they're loading, they could probably get repaired. Put those on lower priority. Finish up the infrastructure with electricity first. I believe this to be probably worth it. It's a lot of money per truckload of bauxite. And if we have a shipload of that, all the better. This could drive down the price of fuel for the ship having to run. But we'll see. Only 1 ship will be necessary, I believe. But it should be a relatively large one. I think they can have 8,000 tons of storage. With our aggregate storage being 5,000, we could load it almost full. Bunch of concrete missing, so no more steel imports at least. Do I need a traffic light here? Probably not. It's not that much traffic yet. Okay, the bridge has been demolished. Let's put in the last section of tunnel. And then this area is fully set up for being winterproof. Looks kind of weird having a tunnel here, but I guess it does give us a benefit. Also now we can see the road much more clearly. A little bit of construction waste getting in here every now and then. It happens. We will have to handle waste reliably in this area. Right now we're using a free technical service, which is enough. But once we start loading with truck aggregate loading stations, the excavation rate will start going up and probably also the waste. Definitely don't want to dump that into the incinerator because this is just a bunch of construction waste. We need to separate or just export. And in our case we will just export. Didn't realize this wire was going underneath here. That looks kind of cool. Distribution office next to our customs house. Well, at least the wear and tear is really low, so it will not burn down as long as enough fire trucks show up. But yeah, I feel like we have reached the point where reducing the amount of fire happening in our republic will reduce the amount of expenses we have significantly. And also loss of life, etc, etc. Those cars trying to overtake here are ridiculous. We'll make this one-way road even shorter. Just make sure no one can drive into the other direction in this area. Yeah, that should be better. They can still try to overtake here, but it's going to be a bit shorter. And therefore not affect the intersection. Lots of money being spent on construction projects. All with the goal of making more and more money. Taking out more loans to repay more of our loans. I think resource ships will be useful. The map is really large and truck transportation from the center of the map is just ridiculous, so getting some large barge. Large barge? Why do I keep saying large barge? Getting a very oversized barge to haul our bauxite will be good. And then if we can process the bauxite into, or the raw bauxite into processed bauxite, we can increase the profitability by having to transport fewer resources for more profit. I don't know how much we get for a bauxite mine. 0.5, so the amount of workers divided in half, so 22.5 tons per day. But that's workers. I don't know how much the excavator makes. Way more, I think. This one uses 75 tons of bauxite. Yeah, I guess we have to check once we have the truck loading and the truck loading and the storage setup. See how much the quarries make for bauxite per month. And then maybe we need 3 or 4 to fully run such a building. And we can set up the aluminium plants with like less capacity in mind. But then again, they are very large buildings, and if they require maintenance, we have to do a lot of repair work. But aluminum would be nice to export. It's very profitable exporting that into the east. 15 more trucks full of concrete. And then we can plan for buying a ship, which will be expensive. Still at 60 million rubles owed, but our amount of money we can borrow went up to 35 almost. That means we still need to pay back 12.5 million. But we're continuously building. Still waiting here. Bus and asphalt. I do not care for the pollution being generated here, so just dump all of the waste from the fire station somewhere. The wind will take it away, it's fine. As long as we have no settlement in the area, I don't care. Except for the industries, because industries will stop working if they run full on waste. And the ship can run through here, out this side and back. Come on, send more concrete mixers. I want to know how much money I have to save. Oh, we still have to build something after that for 10 tons of steel, but yeah. The majority of the cost for that harbor has been paid. I guess bitumen is quite expensive. I mean, not bitumen. Yeah, bitumen is expensive for the groundworks, but for the concrete we just need cement. And that's not too expensive. No steel deliveries here yet. All the other buildings receiving resources first, which makes sense, because those are set to low priority. Asphalt plant in Prostolova on fire. I do have I do remember when the concrete plant burned down. Maybe that one was the first building that had caught fire at 50% wear and had the same problem. But the asphalt plant was extinguished and is fine. Fabric factory, very nice. Yeah, maybe I need to start pushing out the fabric instead of pulling. But it works right now, I guess. It just shows that we have like a slightly higher amount of fabric here. Because as soon as it reaches like whatever we have set it to, 10%, 10 tons, it will send out a truck, and then it will produce quickly to 20 tons and then send out another truck. And then the first truck will get here and load it, presumably. At some point. Maybe. Okay, our money went slightly down on the US side. But only slightly. That's like 2 truckloads worth of lumber export to pay back. Maintenance. I do need to build the maintenance construction office. Let's check. All of that. And that up here needs to run maintenance, so we'll set up another small construction office down here, which will handle the maintenance in the area. No, let's check again. I need to know if it can be built inside the road area that goes to the storage, because we have our road crossing on this side. Yes, it can. Okay, we'll have the maintenance construction office over here. somewhere in this area instead. Fill it with some cheap vehicles, make sure everything in this area can get maintained and doesn't start falling apart in 20 years if I start forgetting about it. And this construction office with the other construction office can maintain each other if they need to. Because we'll have another road crossing here, so the vehicles can drive here, maintain this, and this one can drive out, maintain the other construction office, hopefully. It does have to do a weird loop around here, but I guess this construction office is probably covered by another construction office, right? This one. Oh, that's the road cranes. I guess I don't have a maintenance office here. I do have one on this side, which does not reach. But I mean, this large construction office basically does everything, so should be okay. As long as we don't do too much construction and run the queue full, and then maintenance doesn't get done. And then the farm catches fire or something. We'll be fine. I don't hear accent. Hello, Ravensim. What accent do you mean? My German accent? You don't hear that? One more concrete delivery, one delivery of steel after that, and our building ship dock will be ready, and we can see how many millions we have to spend on a barge. Maybe I'll get 2 small ones, I don't know. I would like a large barge. It's so funny to say. Amount of prisoners went up a little bit. I wonder if I should move them back into an industry. Brick factory. Brick factory seems kind of ridiculous, but it's good to have, I guess. Yeah, brick factory is okay. And you go to the scrapyard, that also makes a lot of sense. Our scrapyard should be caught up with everything, and indeed it is. So maybe I will send the prisoners not to the scrapyard, but to the clothing the clothing factory instead. For the time being, since we aren't running full on vehicles to scrap, we'll produce more clothing because that makes us some money. Good amounts of money. We hit the month right like last month. Lots of clothing exports, some alcohol, a little bit of coal. Yeah, the coal is... I liked the time when the coal was really expensive. It was an interesting time. Now we're back to clothing. But that's also fun. Just have to take what we can get, what gives us money. And bauxite seems to be one of the things we can utilize, so... Okay, last construction phase, 10 tons of steel, a few workers, 15 workers basically, with a little bit of extra steel. I will not buy the ship right away. I will wait until we have the storage filled up for the bauxite, but I also need to send some fuel to the bauxite storage, the harbor. We will need electricity for that. And then we can store some fuel for the ship in here. Maybe set up a small tank somewhere. Thankfully they added small liquid storages, which make it really convenient hooking these things up now. Love it. Haven't used it much yet, but I do love it. This area will cost about 2 million as well, I think. 122 tons of steel, that's like 600,000 plus. This is 300,000 plus. Yeah, I would guess this will cost us a bunch. I'm gonna build the roads. I do want the transformer. I do need the transformer. But the rest is underway. It's quite far away for construction purposes from Slopolatsk, but things will get done. In the meantime, we're also building the remainder of that tunnel section. Alright, ship dock is set up. I would guess, with the inflation, that we will probably have to spend probably 10 million for a ship. Like a barge. Or carrier. Never mind. It's 36 million. Cargo ships are cheaper. So we might have to start out with a small hopper ship for 1,000 tons for 4 million and get 2 of them. And then work our way up to a Lubinau ore carrier. I do not have the capacity to take out, well, I almost have the capacity, but I do not have the will to take out every last bit of loan to buy a large ore carrier. We'll just deal with a small, 2 small hopper ships, I think. And at some point we can upgrade to this one. Okay, so 4 million. The price will go up as we wait. Once we have electricity here, we also don't need the gas stations anymore because we can transport the fuel directly into the bauxite mines. Which means the excavators don't have to leave their building anymore at all. And once this area starts making us money, we'll set up the settlement up here. It'll receive a university, a school, it'll receive a repair station. It'll basically be self-sufficient in regards to requiring like school bus routes or something. I don't want people to have to drive up and down this mountain all the time. Even though it would be pretty neat, but it's also kind of dangerous. If you have a brake failure, well, there's a ditch for you here, so. This gas station is not empty yet. Money went down even further. So yeah, we are relying on some exports to keep that area profitable. Doing a little bit of electricity export. Let's check the pollution again, just to make sure. That's okay. It is mostly the heating plant and clothing plant, and the residential area is just out of range, but at some point the population will start to go down here, I believe. Well, another thing we can do is, once we have paid back a lot of our loans, is try and use the saved money back into US currency to relocate everything over here and clean up this area, allowing us to have a lot more population. I wonder if I should use cableway stations a lot more. Like try to use it for resources as well. Have a cableway station that alternates 3 cableway cars, workers, resources, and then waste transportation. I guess we could try and do the math for that at some point. Trying to have a remote industry somewhere, far away from a settlement, just accessible by cableway cars. And then it hauls the resources to the production facility, hauls the resources back, and then the waste also gets hauled back. And it also brings workers, all with the same cableway station. I'm not sure if that's easy to balance, but it would be an experience. And do we have a western ore carrier? No, just the eastern one. We do have the container liner though. Very nice ship. Yeah, I think 2 hopper ships is probably a good way to start this. If we do get 300 per ton of bauxite. Okay, it's up to 850. 700. You multiply that by 1,000 for the hopper ship, and then you get 700,000 per shipload. And then you just need to move as much bauxite in there as possible. We'll start with 1 ship. I don't know how fast our extraction is. 1 ship is probably enough. And it needs to run 5 times to pay back its price, basically. And then it's profit, excluding of course the fuel price. Okay, seems to all be going quite well. Maintenance office getting set up. As I said, we don't need that urgently, but it's nice to have regardless. I think I'll finish that road here. Pause that one, we will build that one. And this. We might remove this road, because I don't see a reason for vehicles coming from this side having to turn left here. Oh, never mind, we do have to have that because vehicles coming back from unloading here have to travel up this way. So this is going to be somewhat of a weird road shape, unless of course we try and make it happen from this side. Nah, it's fine. A little bit of a mess with the intersections. I would say we're making a good amount of money. $1 million per month. What is my motivation? My motivation, my goal for this game, I have set myself 3 challenges. I get 2 researches for each settlement that I make. We have 15 settlements right now, so I was only able to do 30 researches. Which makes it difficult because you can't just research everything and then the challenge is gone. No electronics imports is the other one for citizens, meaning that our citizens are way more cranky than usual and we can't use a TV or radio station early on to boost loyalty. And the last thing is no bus routes for our workers to go to industries, making it difficult to run high volume industries with workers if you can't have buses. And the motivation, the goal, I haven't really set a goal yet. I was going for like maybe 20,000 citizens while only using cars. Not 20,000 car owners, that would be ridiculous. We have a less than 10% car owner rate right now, so slightly over 5%. But yeah, basically getting a bunch of citizens, getting a lot of research done, all while trying to not use bus routes. And so far it's working quite well. And I guess the other goal is making a map that is pretty from the start and filling it with a lot of little settlements that make it look a little bit more realistic and pretty. And most of the settlements that I built might be accomplishing that. Some of them look a little bit blocky. Makes sense not to have morning transport. Buses are really powerful. Public transportation is basically the name of the game, and trying to not use that is challenging. It makes you realize how important public transportation is for critical infrastructures like heating, electricity. And then you try and find workarounds that abide by the rules. And in our case it was cableway stations. Because cableway cars are not public transportation. And they're cableway cars, and cars are allowed. So it's all fine. That was a long fire. It felt like, how's the situation? Reconstruction in progress, down to 62%. But yeah, I can't follow the fires around anymore, really. It is what it is. If the heating plant burns down, we're gonna suffer a huge loss. All of the buildings are gonna be deserted at the risk of falling down. Have to repopulate as soon as possible. Hopefully that won't happen. I do want to set up the bauxite extraction with the ship before the end of this episode. There's not much construction left with the amount of buildings, but these ones still take a while and a lot of money because of the steel being used. Speaking of steel, steel price 5,000. Maybe I should monitor the steel price more and trigger imports when it's cheap. The steel price in US dollars is really low comparatively. Such a nice low graph. We might have to start using that money as soon as we switch over the heating plant and the power plant on the western border. We need to use our exported electricity earned money for buying steel from the western border. They just have overproduction. Yeah, probably. But the eastern currency also is experiencing a lot of inflation, making the currency drop down a lot. We're staying around 60 million rubles in loan, having to take out another loan soon, but yeah. It is being paid back very, very slowly. We do have to take out 6 million in loans soon for the ship. This is going to happen. And some for the vehicles that we still need to buy. They produce sheet steel and wire. Some factories have only 3 years supply in real life. 3 years supply, not only, but 3 years supply is a lot. Especially in today's society where everything is on demand. I guess the steel factories, steel mills, still have a lot of storage capacities. Okay, second to last construction phase, probably. Pouring concrete. Getting everything set up. got a power line. So as soon as we have the transformer up, electricity will be here. We have our substation almost fully constructed, needing a few more workers by bus. And then we can move the fuel supply into the buildings directly. But what we can do right now is already switching that route to the loading station instead. It's a very bumpy road. So the loading of raw bauxite should now be much faster because of the truck aggregate loading. Feels like they're loading it by hand from here. Okay, it will be much faster as soon as the substation is done and this transformer. My bad. We'll wait. We can wait for that. It's not too far away. This will get built really fast as soon as the resources are here and we have some road cranes. 10 workers can build that up in no time. And the substation takes a little bit longer, but also is being done almost with that load of workers. Yeah, they will finish that. Okay. Health is going down a little bit. Pollution being a factor, starvation for a few people. Okay, now we just wait on the transformer and we have electricity speeding up the loading process by a lot, I assume. And we'll also set up the fuel supply to go into these buildings explicitly. Have to set up a town with a distribution office here that handles the fuel deliveries, and then we can have a fuel storage up here. We'll still leave the gas station up, just in case, because of the fire trucks and shared vehicles that might want to get some fuel. Okay, this will take a while. No road clearing in this area. The electronic components will be delivered and then the bus with the workers will start driving. Hopefully able to get here during winter. With our higher amount of snow plows, might be possible. When cars were a luxury. I mean, cars kind of still are a luxury, but not everywhere. In Europe at least, public transportation is a viable way to get around. I don't have a car. I'm doing fine. I'm amazed that this works relatively well. It would be nice if this would be a little bit faster and they would yield and go to the left lane, letting the traffic get out of here. I could try and make a traffic light here in front of that. Maybe I should do that. I would like to turn this into an asphalt road. No, not that one, that's too dangerous. That one. Is that an asphalt road? No. Turn that into an asphalt road. Do we have traffic? Do we have lights here now? Yes. And then 1 and 2 will be on separate cycles. 1 will have a cycle of like 20 seconds. And then we'll wait for a bit. And what that will do is basically at some point this will turn red and bunch up all the vehicles that come along here. Always allowing these ones a little bit of a time frame to get out of the area. Maybe put that to 20 as well. And that will reduce the traffic issues on that side and create them somewhere else, because we are just shifting those personal vehicles onto the network a little bit faster. Thus they can block something else up, I guess. Still waiting for the electronic components. They're arriving right now. And now we're waiting for road cranes and a bus full of at least 8 workers. Maybe 5 would be fine too. Oh, the wire hasn't been built yet either. I hope the bus gets here. If it does, then the workers will also be able to get to the other construction site. They will get here easily. Yeah, lots of time left. Okay, and now they can focus on the transformer, and then we have electricity. The trucks are already waiting. Increase priority. Let me know when the maintenance construction office of this area is done, so I can fill it with vehicles. And then I shouldn't have to worry about fires, building collapses. But we do have to set up another settlement here with a vehicle repair station in the next 2 to 3 years at least. Otherwise the wear and tear of vehicles is going to kick in and become a nuisance. Vehicles heading here right now, 2 road cranes, 1 bus, enough workers to finish it. Very good. Well, sounds like a man-made gold rush. I am aware of that traffic jam. It'll be resolved soon. Just waiting on these vehicles to get here. And they have a lot of time. 3 more hours to get there. And it's not that far away. I guess we are going to take a bus ride up the mountain and see what it looks like. I'll leave it on fast speed though. Hopefully we get there in time. There's the intersection. Maybe slow it down. For the first travel across the mountain, up the mountain, see what it looks like. A lot of wires here. Lovely view. My game was chugging while I was looking to that side. Frame rate dropped down a lot. Oh, that's dangerous. Okay. Well, that looks good. Looks like we'll have electricity here now. That means loading should be really fast. Road cranes are already waiting. Then we can set up these routes, these lines to go to the storage below instead. Yeah, they're loading so much faster now. As fast as the excavator can excavate. Even faster than that. Okay. Definitely don't need too many trucks. Excavation speed is not that high. We'll have our storage set up soon. We need some extra cash to get the steel. And then we'll start delivering here instead. Also have electricity in this area. We can, I guess, replace our free gas station with a proper one at some point in this area as well. But before that, we'll set up a settlement up on top of the mountain, overlooking this area. We're basically starting to slowly creep our settlements towards the center of the map. Then we wanted to have the medical university town up on this mountain. And we have a lot of space over here that I didn't really look at yet. Also going up this mountain, and more space over here, and the possibility for a road down that way, and our lumber camp having cut down all the trees already. I should get the research for automatic tree replacements, I think. The other logging camp is also starting to thin out the trees a little bit, but not as much yet. Let's just make sure our logging efforts can continue. I will spare 2 researchers for this at some point, when I don't have anything else important to research. I think the fire researches are more important than automatic tree replanting though. At least like the research for additional fire protection for industries. There's multiple researches for that. Industry, civil infrastructure or residential buildings. I think basic fire prevention in industry protection is going to be where it's at. Because industry buildings are expensive. One more delivery of steel, 2 if you pick the small truck. You have a large truck. And then we can start dropping the bauxite in the storage. And we'll wait for the harbor to finish construction, supply fuel, take out 3 loans, get the ship. Maybe only 2 loans, we'll see how much we have to take. It was 3.7 million last I checked. But inflation is continuously rising. And we'll see if we can run a lot of profit on bauxite exports. And slowly start optimizing our exports by shifting over to refined bauxite. Giving us more and more cash. I might get a repair station here for ships. If this one does not repair ships, I might have to get one. The amount of people in the repair station is quite low, but that's due to me having 2 buildings here fully assigned to the clothing factory. Some of the residential buildings are slowly emptying out, but in general this area seems to be quite stable. Okay, so not too long for this to finish. Just waiting on the truckload of resources, and then they'll send full buses with workers again. The resources are loaded. Just gotta wait. And it's time on the western border again to switch the exports over. I thought I already did that, didn't I? Sodjaw. No, we need to go to Mormosk again. For the next one. Decent number of workers. Now is the time where the heating plant is running the most, and pollution doesn't seem too bad. If the electricity export is disabled, I think this area is okay. But yeah, relocating this is going to be the next step. After we have the next step. The next steps are relocating the heating and power plant and setting up the settlement next to Svitkov. Apparently we are shifting around the name Svitkov everywhere. So glad I got that loading station here. When we have the storage set up, we'll get 1 more dump truck. Split these up into a line of 3 each between both mines, and then tell them to transport everything down here. And this should never really run full. If this has more than 1,000 tons in storage, all it tells us that we need a larger ship again. Or an additional ship, I guess. Okay, resources are almost here. Definitely can build that road at some point, but right now the traffic is not too bad. I still, in the back of my head is like, I want to build a railway. It's gonna be so cool having a rail line running through here somewhere. But if I don't plan for a railroad at the beginning, it's gonna be really annoying placing one down now. But I guess that would be a challenge. In 2060, we'll start the challenge of replacing everything with a railroad. No, I'm not going to do that. Don't be ridiculous. Let's get the ship. 5 million allows us to buy an ore ship, a hopper ship. Can carry 1,000. We'll have to refuel it when the harbor is set up. And then load it and export. Put those to high priority. Maybe high Priority is a bit much, but no. I want these to be finished. Send the workers from Karabadak here. Everyone must help. I could even call the people from Svidava over here. It's not that far away. From here down to here. Sure, Svidava, come over here to help. Finish this construction for us. The Svidava one is gonna come here first, apparently. We do have a road crane already. And yeah, send resources from wherever. I might copy the name and place it here just so we have Spit Cove settled down somewhere. Fuel has been delivered, very nice. I guess we can relocate the free gas station right across here. Maybe on the same side. Turn off the resupply. Turn on the resupply here. I wonder if the technical service should also be down here or up on the mountain. I guess it doesn't make that much difference. Okay, how many buses do we get? 4 buses. 3 buses. 25 workers. We need... Well, they might be able to finish it, but I would ideally like 50 workers. Okay, Raven. I think we have to stop talking about current politics. If you please. Thank you. This will remain 2-lane roads for now. This road can be removed. Five workers, 2 workers, and some more. 50 workers would finish that easily. 25, I'm not so sure. Probably not quite. But then we have our storage for bauxite. We can start filling that up, shortening the travel distances by quite a lot. I will buy a dump truck. I could try and build one myself, but I'll just buy one. Then we have 6 dump trucks for the route. 3 for each. We'll move the excavator up here. I guess I'll try and do that. Not have you drive up there manually. So go here. Remove that route first. Go here, unload vehicle. Go back to the depot. I guess that's why we didn't have an excavator anymore. I put it into the bauxite mine. Just waiting for the workers. Lots of buses heading here now, so definitely gonna have enough. Even if they're very few amounts of workers, but yeah, that's more than 100 workers coming here now. That'll give us the storage. This will cost 400,000 something, plus mechanical components and concrete. And then once the harbor is up, bring the fuel here and start unloading the ship. Buses are arriving, first the ones with very few workers. These will have a much longer travel distance. Oh, that's... oh no, it's too short. They're not gonna make it. Damn it. All the snow is gonna melt in a month. Maybe then they can finish the trip. Unfortunate. Was really close though. If the road was clear, they probably could have made it. But usually we don't try to transport workers down that road. I just thought it would be funny trying. Okay. And a bunch more buses will arrive here shortly. And yeah, I don't want any workers here. There shouldn't be any workers going here anyway, but I'm just gonna deactivate it. If I have a settlement here, I don't want any of them to walk in there accidentally. Alright, now we're finishing up the storage. That means I need my transport route. You're going to aggregate loading. You're going to go here. You are going to go here. And the remaining 3 trucks will do as they already did. And as soon as we finish the construction here, this will be our new target. Wait until unloaded, even though that should never really happen. I will set you to raw bauxite. At some point we will have to switch you over to normal bauxite. And now we keep filling that until our harbor is ready, and then we'll bring down the ship. Okay. You also go ahead and do that. You as well. And then the remaining truck that should be heading here. I don't see it. I did buy one. 2 trucks. Oh. You are in here, still heading to the depot, then I guess I relocated the wrong one. Second truck aggregate loading, now we have 3 vehicles each and you can go back on your route. Now we see how fast this is going to be. If we need to add more trucks or not, probably replacing those with like the longer, higher capacity trucks. We'll see. Construction office almost done. The harbor almost done. 2 more construction phases at least. And then it's time to send out the ship. Maybe setting up a snowplow here to make sure this runs consistently would also be a good thing. That will come once we build the proper technical service in the area. I'm a little bit worried about the waste. Like, these will produce a lot of more waste now. And we have 2 of them running in tandem. So I guess I have to set up the technical service right now, which will handle waste and snowplow works in the area. We need more throughput. Not sweet hour. Slopolask, please. Because it doesn't help me if this runs full on waste. I guess we did pick it up. You could use some repairs though. Maybe you find a repair station on your way there. Didn't realize you were already that broken down. Okay, that settlement with the repair station has to happen soon, otherwise getting replacement vehicles is also going to be slightly more costly. And I would like to try and avoid that. And yeah, I guess we'll name it Svitcove. We had that name for a few industrial areas and then never used it. But the settlement up there for the bauxite processing makes sense. Sounds quite nice. Six more deliveries of concrete. Going to the next construction phase. The snow will start melting soon. Speeding things up a little bit. We could do the road construction with the bridge here to make this a double lane road. There's no real reason, just for aesthetics, which is a good enough reason in my book. Ah, you know. Okay, I'm going to relocate you back to the storage depot in Karabadak. I'm going to repair you. Unload, come back, go. Copy schedule, go. We'll unload these, repair them up, and just leave them here as replacement vehicles for whoever wants to get some new trucks. I'll leave that up so I can select them and remove them from their route. Otherwise no one will pick them up, I don't think. A tenth of a shipload has already been carried down here, so it is not slow. And it is also winter. We don't have any trucks piling up here, so we could have a few more. I guess I could add the other 2 trucks to that route, which I might do. I would like to use these mines to their full potential. So as soon as the dump trucks over here come back, I will add them to this route. 1 each. Are you empty? No, that's a different line. But you can probably also be removed from that route. Close that. Oh, you're traveling still. Never mind. You, on the other hand, you haven't unloaded the coal yet. Still driving there. Okay, give you some more time. But yeah, the more dump trucks I add here, the more waste transportation is going to become important. So adding 2 or maybe 3 more waste trucks, some extra snow plows will be useful. And we can then also add a small waste truck to handle whatever settlement we drop down to the area. Whenever the winter takes like a few extra days, I always think like they are going to release a Siberia map, which is going to make the challenge more difficult because winter is going to last longer. Clearing roads, getting appropriate vehicles is going to be much more of a important task at that point. Okay, construction office is also almost done. We'll be exporting a little bit less each month, but we will get a huge chunk of a boost when the bauxite is being exported. For 200 tons of raw bauxite, we get 100,000 rubles. So each ship will give us about 400,000 rubles. Let's get the vehicles for the maintenance office. Copy the sources over. Set this to 3 kilometers. Disable any construction task except maintenance. And get the appropriate vehicles. I'm gonna do it like this. W50. Covered. Open. Dumper. Road crane. Then a bus and a mixer. And that should be everything. 4 W50 trucks, a bus and a mixer. Done. And they will have to refuel here on a nearby gas station somewhere. We'll probably build one at some point since we have electricity in the area, but yeah, not right now. You are ready. You are going to here. So 4 trucks per route now. If the excavator runs full time, then we have enough trucks. Now we'll just wait for the last construction phase of the harbor to finish, and then we can run bauxite exports from this area. The fire station should be safe enough until we get the settlement set up, and the construction office is pretty early but necessary. And yeah, a repair station would be nice. These vehicles will be put to the test. So the settlement is now a necessity for the fire station and a repair station, and potentially a bauxite processing facility. Almost ready. Almost quarter way to, well, over a quarter way of filling a ship already. We had a fire in Kaisinia on the western border. Not extinguished yet. It was the asphalt plant, so I don't think it's going to be a problem even if it does burn down. But as I said, I can't check every fire. It's getting a bit much. Maybe I'll keep exporting. Ah, no, I should switch the clothing back over. No, I'll gather up some US currency so we have enough money to build the power plant and the heating plant. I'll just start saving up that money for the construction tasks that we have coming up. Snow is gone. Now we'll just wait. I will need a distribution office here to bring resources for the citizens. I'll need a basic settlement that has everything. The bauxite processing facility only needs 25 workers, so not that much. Yeah. I think 75 tons of raw bauxite, refined bauxite from 125 tons of raw bauxite. We'll put this area to the test anyway. We'll probably need fewer trucks once we switch over to a bauxite processing facility. But then we still need to carry it down here. Lower amount though. We might need 2 ships. We'll see. Once the ships start running and we fill this up to more than 1,000 before the ship comes back, then yes, we do need more. Let's verify that the fire station has everything in range. Everything is marked green. The harbor is not, because it's not constructed yet. But it goes to the end of the road, so the building should also be in range. Got all of the resources loaded for the harbor. So I'd say we can start preparing the ship probably. At some point when we have the village on the mountain and maybe another settlement or some more gas stations, or basically develop the area a little bit more. There's also a large amount of space over here. There's some oil to the west, but that's not a concern for us. If we have need for another settlement here, we have to take another trip down the memory lane, running down the whole stretch of the road and seeing what it looks like after a lot of development. Yes, no ambulances in Touralistock. That area should be happy that we got a police station here now. Still complaining about no patrolled crimes. Oh, the food factory warehouse is complaining about no food again. There's not a small amount of workers here, but the amount of crops is pretty low. Just a distribution office for the food factory could solve that. I also kind of feel like that might be a bit overkill. We should just increase our crop production. I think our farm can still handle more. Also some more fertilizer, I guess. You're loading any fertilizer. What if I do that? Load anything, but only unload fertilizer. Last time it looked like you were doing that. Okay, now you're transporting. Oh, that's the problem. This one is not set to fertilizer. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I made a mistake here for a while. Now it's loading biological waste, which it shouldn't. But it can still convert that in that storage, so it's fine. Let's see if it works out. If it will run fertilizer after. Okay, let's unassign that. Shouldn't have done that. Can you grab that biologic? It takes a long time to load, but can you get that out of here, please? Thank you. I really don't want to have that stuff in here right now. I want to set the flag for fertilizer again, and right now I can't. This one was set to transport fertilizer, and it wasn't really possible because this one was set to biological waste. So we might have a lot of low amounts of crops here because we didn't really bring any fertilizer, so our harvest is going to be really bad. At least we should still have automatic food imports from the customs house to the food factory in case we don't produce enough. The food imports are working. This is going to take a while. We'll come back here shortly to set the checkbox for fertilizer. It might even transport it without the checkbox. But yeah, just load fertilizer, just unload fertilizer. That's all you need to do. We got all the resources necessary for the harbor construction. Now we play the same game of waiting for a lot of workers to go here and build us a harbor. And then we start our bauxite exports. And maybe we need more than one ship. Remains to be seen. I'll also set up the technical service here, because these will probably start making too much waste. The waste truck is standing around. Okay, then one waste truck seems to be enough for now. But with the processing facility, it's probably going to get to the point where there's going to be too much waste. We might be on the sweet spot now with the amount of trucks. Seems pretty good. Maybe 3 trucks would have been sufficient, but 4 trucks is also okay. Construction is very fast here. We'll finish this probably until the end of the month, the way it's going. I'll grab the ship. Let's check the waste dump in the meantime on our farm to make sure they can transport fertilizer here again. It is all fertilizer now. Only fertilizer may be stored. Can you transport fertilizer in here? We don't want to load any fertilizer, it feels like. Maybe it has to turn all into fertilizer first before this to work. But then we're going to transport a lot of fertilizer over here before it stops running again, I guess. Well, probably processing, like a composting plant is necessary. Alright, ship. We'll need fuel for you, but you can already start sailing up here. Loading until fully loaded. And then going to the east. Wrong area. And selling that. Raw bauxite. Go. We'll grab the gas station. Which gas station? This one. And assign a fuel delivery task here as well. Traffic jam. We've filled up on waste, so we need the technical service to assist. So the waste transportation is not sufficient. Because you didn't get a repair station. Got it. I'll send you manually to a vehicle depot where you can get repairs and get another vehicle in the meantime. So you don't just damage the vehicle too much. We'll just handle this one manually for a little bit. There's a waste truck here. That's why you weren't transporting anything and were standing around, and I thought nothing needed to be done, but it was the fact that you didn't find a repair station. The fuel tanker should get here before the ship gets here. And in that time, maybe the waste truck also gets here and resumes waste deliveries away from this area. This one has also ground to a halt. We're full on free technical services. Let me take a look where we have those. I will need another one here until we build this. We do have some on this road that can probably... No? I thought we had some. We have a planned one here, there's a free one here. We need a proper one at some point. I don't want to get rid of this one yet. I also don't want to build one. Then I guess we have a bunch of them on the eastern side that we can remove. That's a proper one. That's a proper one. Multiple proper ones. Here's a free technical service. We can definitely get rid of you. Well, if we have the room to put you into another technical service, that is. Also one over here for water and sewage. So I guess we'll drop down a technical service in this area, a proper one. to take over the tasks of this one. Thankfully, technical services aren't that expensive to build. They just take a while, and they are just freakishly big. Ah, no excavator. Are you kidding me? Okay, can I cheese that without an excavator? Probably yes. No. Alright, we'll get an excavator. Not a used vehicle, please. Why you're driving around right now? Did I just interrupt something? Anyway. I don't think I have a road depot here anymore. Any other free technical service? We have you, but no room for snowplows. You're not necessary anymore. This road is only for coal delivery, and that's fine. We'll just move you into storage, repair you up, and make you replacement vehicles. We'll use that free technical service on our Svitkov processing area. Or mining area, until we get this technical service set up, which, as I said, shouldn't take very long. But I do want to make sure that waste removal right now has a priority. Setting this up takes a little bit of extra cash. We'll try with 2 trucks, 1 per facility. And I'll probably drop a waste storage here, so we can recycle out the other waste. That will reduce the construction waste deliveries by a lot that need to go to the customs house, and the other waste can go to the incinerator instead. That will make this a little bit more efficient. And then the snowplows will also bring here, the ones that we just moved into a road depot. They can then go into the large technical service once the construction has completed. And you finished your repairs, good. Traffic jam because of waste transportation away from here being slow. We are optimizing and resolving that issue soon. Our hopper ship has arrived. We weren't quite able to fill the storage up to what it needed to be because of the waste running full, but we are working on it. Let me check that you can reach, if you can reach that maintenance office. You cannot, because of the weird way the road is set up here. So you can't repair this one, but this one can repair you. have to drive down here and then over here. That's okay. Waste has been picked up. Let me check that the technical services are set up correctly. Hazardous waste and mixed waste goes to the incinerator, and construction waste goes to the customs house. We do need to set up a recycling area. Maybe this will be the central area on the map where all recycling happens. We'll have construction waste recycling, metal scrap, aluminium scrap, like all the different kinds of scrap that we can find. I think that would be nice. You're almost out of fuel, but not yet. Now we have a waste truck waiting here, which is good. We can jump in as soon as one of the waste storages starts running too full. And the trucks are running again. That means our ships should start leaving very shortly, after 100 more tons. And we are carrying almost 500,000 rubles. Took a lot of money to set up. Hopefully it'll be worth it. And while the ship runs, the storage will continue getting loaded. And if it gets loaded for more than 110 tons, yeah, you know. This could get a lot of loading facilities. They all run without workers. I need to set up that processing facility, the research. We will probably fill it with trucks and not use conveyors. Conveyors would be nice because they only use electricity, but I don't know. We could have this facility up here and then carry the resources down via conveyor from this mountain. Because I think we could go quite the long distance here with each conveyor. Maybe not. I thought it would go much further. Apparently not. Road is in the way. Snowplows have arrived. It's not really that important, but no mud roads, barely gravel roads, keep the asphalt clear. And road clearing to 2 kilometers to make sure the fire station can get down here very quickly. The fire station vehicles. So, we know what we have to do for next time. Money saving wasn't really on the agenda, it seems like. We're importing a lot of resources right now. Because we didn't make enough crops. And therefore our fabric factory probably was standing still for a very long time. Maybe I do need a distribution office here that pulls in more crops. I mean, we already have a distribution office. I don't think we have the vehicle amount to deal with that much throughput though. 20 tons of crops per day. That's a lot of trucks. Our money is looking still about 30 million we can borrow. The amount of money owed went up. Our monthly rate went up. A lot of loans that we can combine to drive this one down, but that's not the point right now. We are nearing 100 million rubles in total loan. So the amount is continuing to go up. Our ship has left with 500,000 rubles worth of raw bauxite for export. And hopefully it'll continue doing that maybe once a month or once every 2 months. Definitely a lot more throughput. We'll see if it is worth it. Another loan? What the hell is happening right now? Go get repairs if you can. Or is it the same problem here? Repair station. From Strakro through to this area doesn't have a repair station. Yeah, we have to set up the settlement with the repair station fast. The vehicles are all starting to wear down. I'm not going to do that this run, this episode I mean. But we will plan it for next stream. There's a power line in the way. So it'll basically be a repair station here that has the technical service in range to do the vehicle repairs right there. And then we have the fire station, we need a footpath for that one. We need a gas station. And set everything up. Not sure, money feels like it's going down rapidly. That's a lot of imports. I guess it was the construction projects. Or the storage ran empty and we had to import steel again. But yeah, we'll plan for a proper settlement here with a university, a school, the repair station. It will need a heating plant. It will be a small heating plant in walking distance. Probably next to the fire station. And then the settlement area up here and the commercial area up here. About in 400 meters range. Well, depending on how far we can get. I don't know, maybe we need a heating plant that is further away. If this gets a if this gets a bauxite processing facility. Otherwise we'll set up a bauxite processing facility down here and have a cableway station bringing workers down. That is the other option. Then we need another storage up here. Well, or down here. Before the processing facility. But yeah. I think that's going to be it for today. So, thank you very much for watching. Next time is I actually have to start working on the loans. I didn't feel like I had to, but this tricky. Our interest rate went up, so basically what that means is our loan situation went worse. But we did set up a lot of infrastructure, which probably might drive up the amount of money we can borrow. The more we have, the more loans we can take. Basically subsidizing our existence with the construction of more infrastructure. I'll pay back a few loans. We're gonna go to 160, like 400,000 already paid. Sounds like a good amount. And then I'll end the stream. The most exciting part left for last. Okay, well... all this will do is drive our monthly rate down at the cost of a higher interest rate. And leaving us with a little bit of extra cash in the process, I think. Okay, back to $1 million per month. Close to. As soon as this loan gets removed, I guess we can also take that one down. It's close enough to 400,000 repaid. Come on, remove that one. So, once it ticks over, I hope our monthly rate goes down. Already excluded that one from it. We have 3 pages of loans now. We are at 107 million rubles of loan that we can have. But this is not looking great. Hopefully with the construction now being done. Okay, I say that, I have a lot more construction planned. But the settlement is necessary. We need to set up the repair station, otherwise all of these vehicles will basically start wearing down and requiring replacements, costing us a lot more. Like you, for example, you're already at 53. You could repair up to full, but don't have a repair station set up. We'll move all of those buses into storage to get them repaired. We'll get some other buses online. I think I'm gonna go for these ones. But they're too expensive. Microbuses. I also need some cash. Hopefully no fire in the meantime. We'll get those microbuses repaired. And cycle them out for a fresh batch of vehicles. Did our ship not arrive yet? Or did it already arrive and it didn't make a huge dent? Oh, it already came back. Okay, we only need one ship for sure. Looks like it's not making a lot of money. It looks like our crop situation is the main concern. Since we ran out of fertilizer. Hopefully next year we're gonna make more of a harvest and have less problems. Okay, you bus end station to fire station somewhere. Let me grab a microbus from here to get the bus route going. I do believe we can make a profit. We do have a lot of US currency that we can, in an emergency, shift over into rubles. This is basically 1.5 million rubles right now. I'm taking that as a factor of 5. I do want to set up the bus route for the fire station, but yes, then I will end the stream. Let's make sure we have 5 vehicles running and 5 vehicles being repaired. Okay, so yeah, next time we'll set up Svitkov, a settlement up here, with a task of handling the fire station and the repair station in the area. And otherwise, hopefully this will keep making us money. As I already said, that's going to be it for now. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. More profit next time. Well, more construction next time, which will take away the profit. But once the settlement has been set up, maybe we can focus on the western border and use that money while the eastern border repays its loan a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. In any case, have a good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you are. Take care, enjoy, and maybe I'll see you next time.